Morning, Anna. How's work? Do 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 do.
Ground flight deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
So contact, do you have information? Charlie. Jackson International Airport, ATIS information, Charlie. Time 1304 Zulu. Winds 220 at 4. Clouds 800, ceiling 1,500 broken, 2,300 broken. Temperature 2.23, altimeter 2997. ILS approach in use, landing at the door left, 34 right. Advise on initial contact. Do you have information? Charlie. Jackson International Airport, ATIS information, Charlie. Time 1304 Zulu. 220 at 4, visibility 10. Clouds 800 scattered, ceiling 1,500 broken, 2,300 broken. Temperature 2.23, altimeter 2997. ILS approach in use, landing at departing runways 34 left, 34 right.
Do 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 do.
W962, Memphis Center, Roger. Push on to November is approved. Face south, expect 36 left for departure.
Ground to flight deck, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Memphis Center, good morning. ProFlight 455 is on the ground at Jackson IFR to Cleveland, please.
What was it? ProFlight 455, Memphis Center, Roger. Cleared from the Jackson Airport to Cleveland Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 370 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure will be on this frequency as squawk 1624.
ProFlight 455 is cleared to Cleveland as filed. 5,000 on initial. We'll expect 37 and 10. Departure will be with you 1624 for the squad.
ProFlight 455, Roger. And you can expect 34 left and call ready for taxi.
34 left, and we've got Charlie on board. We'll call for taxi. ProFlight 455.
Roger.
Do 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 do.
Delta 962, Roger. Runway 36 left. Taxi via November, Mike 1. Spirit 321, leave airspace and Indy Center is offline. You can change to Unicom. Have a nice flight. See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the boarding door is now closed. Flight attendants prepare doors for departure. Cross-check, verify straps, stand by for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
This time I get a American 1005, flight over 360 inbound Horizon. American 1005, Memphis Center, roger, good morning. Delta 665, Memphis Center, roger, good morning.
At this time, we need large electronic devices, laptop computers, to be turned off and stowed. Smaller electronic handheld devices may be used, however, they must be switched into airplane mode at this time, and all calls and texts terminated.
Cessna 5767 Romeo, roger, cleared from Smyrna Airport to Bowling Green Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 3,000. Expect 5,000 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure will be on this frequency, squawk 4321. Six 7 Romeo, read back correct, and call ready for taxi. Expect runway 32. Delta 962, winds 250 at 5. RNAV to Sloan, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff.
Great pleasure to have you on board with us today. If you have any requests that will make your trip a little bit more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask one of your crew members. Again, welcome aboard.
Hills required. Fasten seatbelt signs is on. Window heats are on. Probes. Speed brake is down. Hydraulics are normal. Parking brake is set. Currently set. Stab trim is all set. Radios are set. Transponders set. No, it's not. 624.
Once again, welcome aboard American Airlines. In just a few moments, we'd like you to direct your attention to the video screens located throughout the cabin for an important safety
1624.
on our Boeing 737 aircraft. Thank you.
Runners are all free and zero. PA's going off. EFB's done. Phone is not going off.
Cessna 61 Romeo, roger, runway 32, taxi via Foxtrot.
Air conditioner packs are off. Yes. Anti-collision lights are on. Parking brake is set.
Delta 962 radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 370.
And our transponders on. Mode Charlie, generators are on. AP is already started. It's on except for the last bit of it.
So that you may follow along, we have provided a safety instruction card in your seat pocket. All exits on this airplane are clearly marked.
Delta 1210 traffic, about 11 to 12 o'clock, 10 miles northeastbound at 350 at Airbus.
All right, Captain, got the directions. Let me know through the menu when you're ready.
American 516 traffic, 1 o'clock, 7 miles westbound at 340 MD88. Traffic, American 516. Roger.
Quickly reach to the nearest map and pull down firmly to start the flow of oxygen. Put the yellow cuff over your nose and mouth. Slip the elastic band over your head and tighten by pulling the strap on either side. Breathe normally. Even though oxygen is flowing, the plastic bag may not inflate. Always
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
As long as it's not a camel toe.
A life vest is located under the seat or between seats. The safety instruction card shows the exact location.
To use the vest, open the cover by pulling the brake tab or compartment handle to break the seal.
Remove the vest from the package like this. Slip the vest on over your head, strap to the strap.
There is also a light that will illuminate upon contact with water. Never inflate the vest inside the armor. If necessary, an infant life vest will be distributed by a flight attendant. The safety card shows how to use the vest. The crew will now be coming through to do a final cabin check. We'll be back
Mm-hmm.
with more information about
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
All right.
Zibo 506, roger. And you got your clearance, you ready for taxi? Zibo 506, roger. Push and start is at your discretion. Just give me a call ready for taxi. Expect a runway of your choice. Just let me know what you want. All right, plan on 2 right for departure and call ready for taxi.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Welcome aboard,
Cessna
Captain.
67
Toast
Romeo.
Captain. Bypass
The
Benson, sir.
winds
Go
are
and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
280 at 4. Fly runway heading, runway 32, clear for takeoff.
Here comes the pushback. Light 'em up.
I'm the best there is.
Good morning,
Plain
Bob.
Simple. I mean, I wake up in the
Nowhere
morning, I
Kelly.
piss excellence.
No.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Cessna 67 Romeo, roger, radar contact, climb and maintain 5,000.
And we're disconnecting the
Bowling
tow.
Green.
Give me just a moment. And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Pro flight 455 ready to taxi.
Pro flight 455, roger, runway 34 left, taxi via Alpha 5, Alpha 4.
Alpha 5, Alpha 4, 34 left, pro flight 455.
Memphis Center, Waxy 62 with Delta, request IFR to Cleveland. Waxy 62, Memphis Center, roger, cleared from Jackson to Cleveland as filed, climb and maintain 5,000. Expect level 450 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure will be on this frequency, squawk 1503. Roger, clear to Cleveland, expect 5,000, 1503, squawk 162. Waxy 60, read back correct, call ready for taxi, expect runway 34 left. 34 left, call ready for taxi, Waxy 60. Memphis Center, Waxy 62, we are ready for taxi. Waxy 62, roger, runway 34 left, taxi via Alpha 5, Alpha 4. 34 left, Alpha 5, Alpha 4, Waxy 62. Attempt to aircraft, Memphis is going to be off frequency for about 1 minute. Be right back.
Trim is set. Flaps are set.
And center's back. Number 67 Romeo, the weather at Bowling Green is winds calm, visibility 10.
Morning,
Ceiling
miss.
is 900 overcast at altimeter 2902. Are you going to want an approach over there? Number 67 Romeo, roger. You can descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 3000, and just let me know what approach you want. Flight 455, winds 230 at 6. Fly runway heading, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 34 left, clear for takeoff. Pro flight 455. Ooh, there's somebody with us. Looks like a citation. They're spazzing. Stop it. And we're rolling.
knots.
You Cleveland 80 knots.
D1, rotate.
And we're pulling. Come on.
Positive rate.
You're up.
At Pro Flight 455, radar contact, clear direct to Sidon, climb and maintain flight level 330.
400.
330 radar contact, direct Sidon, Pro Flight 455.
Waxy 62, winds 230 at 6. Fly runway heading, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff 34 right, fly, heading Waxy 62.
No, that's Batson. I want to use say intentions because Skynet now works with traffic, but I don't think either of those work with X-Plane. Good morning, Iowa. I love your face, sir. How are you?
Waxy 62, just come walk in 1503. Affirmative, yeah. It's not 1502, just change it. Now squawk 1503, Waxy 62. X62 got you now, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 450, clear excited. 450, clear excited, X62. Pro flight 455, climb and maintain flight level 370.
370, Pro Flight 455.
Such as your first check bag free, preferred boarding, and no foreign transaction fees. Not an Aviator card member? See a flight attendant and receive an exclusive offer when you apply in flight today.
How's everybody's morning starting? Good morning. Good morning, Captain Whip. Are you in LA already? Morning, left the building here. Uh-oh. Well, for you, how's your day been?
Delta 962, leave the airspace. Indy Center is offline. You can change to Unicom. Have a good flight.
40 Unicom, Delta 962. Thanks for the work today.
See ya.
We should have followed Whip's real-life flight today. Big good meetings though. Instead head to LAX, scared of fuel leaks, so we shall see. Oh no. Well, at least you did it on the way to LA and not on the way to New York. There's supposed to be weather in JFK, so if we're delayed, hopefully I'll go back home. Thought about doing JFK after I hit Cleveland. How long until they tell you?
Waxy 62, radio check. Flight 455 Memphis.
Memphis 5x5.
Yeah, were you flying with the Waxy 62 behind you?
I believe he found my route from a source that I don't want to say the name of, but possibly.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know if that was somebody that you were like doing a group flight with or something. Yeah, it looks like he just disconnected.
I'll ask chat and get back to you.
Gotcha.
Is anybody flying behind me?
American 516, you're losing airspace. Indy Center is offline. You can change to Unicom. Have a nice flight.
Over here, American 516, thanks.
The very last
Memphis
minute.
Center.
That
Good morning
sucks.
again. FedEx 3072 Heavy.
Is the pilot lounge at LA nice though?
Cargo ramp ready for pushback. And we got information X-ray.
FedEx 3072 Memphis, Roger.
What time did you have to deadhead out of
Victor
Phoenix
is
though?
approved. What runway you set up for? It's your choice.
We're looking at 36 center or 36 center.
Your push on the Victor is approved. You can expect 36 center. Call ready for taxi.
Roger, push on the Victor and we'll be ready for taxi. The Victor is heavy.
Memphis Center, Pro Flight 455.
Pro Flight, go ahead.
Yeah, I asked, didn't get a response, so if it was somebody, they may have just crashed completely.
Okay, copy that, thanks.
Damn. Damn. So are you in LA right now or are you in Phoenix? Okay. I thought you were already in LA and I was just like, what the hell? Did you get up at 4 this morning? But you guys have a maintenance facility in Phoenix, right? That's where they took all the planes from the LA hub when they were doing that. Well, when they had the issue over at LAX, if I remember correctly.
Memphis Center, 67 Romeo.
67 Romeo, go ahead.
Memphis Center, 67 Romeo request runway 03 ILS approach.
There's 67 Romeo, Romeo, roger. And which fix do you want to start that from?
Roger, we'd like to request direct to the Bravo Whiskey NDB, Nora.
Oh, you said you want the NDB runway 3 approach?
Negative. We like the ILS approach, the ILS 03 approach.
Okay, November 67 Romeo, roger. You're cleared direct to the NDB, Bravo Whiskey.
Roger, clear direct the NDB Bravo Whiskey.
Well, at least you get to sit here. And home's not that far away. I mean, you could be stuck in LAX and then have to wait to get back to Phoenix. Do you get paid to wait? I was always curious, do you only get paid if the plane's moving? Okay.
Cessna 67 Romeo, descend and maintain 2,500.
2,500, Cessna 67 Romeo. Delta 67 Romeo, what is the altimeter for boarding speed?
1,000 to go.
67 Romeo, I'm sorry, say again?
Altimeter for boarding speed.
The altimeter is 29 or 9 or 2.
So do you get the 16 hours whether you fly or not? Oh, well, damn.
Memphis Center, FedEx 3072 Heavy, we're ready to taxi runway 36 center.
It's 3072, roger, runway 36 center, taxi via Victor Bravo Sierra, and you can cross runway 27 at Bravo.
Roger, 36 center, via Victor Bravo Sierra, cross 27 at Bravo, FedEx 3072 Heavy.
The one thing that I've never known, because I cannot get a captain, well, actually, I can't get an airline pilot to answer the question, and I know why you guys don't.
2,500 until established, you're cleared ILS.
But morbid curiosity wants to know how much you guys get paid an hour.
2,500 established, cleared.
I know that APL pay is a joke when it comes to cargo because you've told me that much. That the route, because I remember when I was doing the MD-11 stuff, and you kind of laughed and said, yeah, they make more than $75 an hour. And I chat GPT'd it. There's airline pilot central to see the rigs, but I don't care 360. What? Damn. Clearly, I did the wrong. I should have stayed going to Spartan. Suddenly, Atari Jesus appears. Good morning, 7 to 7. How are you, my neighbor to the south? Giga butts. That. But how long did it take you to get to that? Nice. Is this why when you were deciding whether or not to go to the 7.3 or the 777 that you were talking about the offset of going to an FO position? There was a change, but it wasn't anything like majorly drastic.
I knew I shouldn't have ate that seafood because now I'm feeling a little ill.
999 trillion out of 10. Like that was damn good.
Bruh.
November 6-7 Romeo, radar service terminated. Change to Unicom advisory frequency is approved.
777.
Just give me your downtime or your cancellation on this frequency.
Same way, better schedule.
Roger, going to
So,
advisory frequency Cessna 576.
The question I have is, you obviously would have to go to a first officer position for both, right? Like you couldn't slip from being an Airbus captain at Landshark to a 737 captain. You would have to go back through the ranks, or good morning, Mr. Pixins. Good morning, Mr. Webb. But they would basically just send you to Dallas for that, wouldn't they? Or no, you guys do training in Phoenix as well. How's Mr. Webb this morning? How's Mr. Vixens? Only for the bus. I knew at one point there was something Boeing going on at Dallas, but I don't know if it still is. But that's based off of like knowledge from when I was 19. Now I'm old. I'm sorry, sir. But hey, look at it this way. The trip that you would do today, if you do it, the whole 16 hours, you'd make more in one day than I make in 4.5 months. No, 5. Clearly, everybody here just needs to go become an airline captain. You actually got brought up, Whip, in a conversation the other day because we were talking about
FedEx 3072 winds 270 at 5. Arnav Beal, runway 36 center, clear for takeoff.
Arnav Beal, 36 center, clear for takeoff. FedEx Air Chef 2 Heavy.
I was actually gonna go, but then this is before my son and daughter were born. It was just me, my now ex-wife, and Danielle. But she didn't want to move Danielle away from her dad, and it made sense. And I knew I was gonna have to go to Tulsa for at least 3 years because of the program that I wanted to go to. Because I had an offer to go through Spartan to get my ATP as well as my ANP. And the classic, you know, like go through, get your CFI, get hired by the school, finish out your rank. Spartan, are they still around? Yeah. They're in Tulsa. I think the main headquarters, the main flight school moved away from Tulsa over to Rogers, I think. But I'm not 1,000% on that. But I know they're still around. And I went and toured the facility and did everything else, and they're just like, yeah, and while you're here, you can do your AMP as well, and we'll throw that in for free.
008, Roger, cleared from Jackson Airport to Jacksonville Airport.
Once you clear your PPL, so it was like
5,000. Expect flight level 390 within 10 minutes after departure.
Basically getting your captain, your ATP, your CFI, your CFII, and your AMP for, I don't remember what it was then, and it's definitely not the same now than it was 20 years ago. And I missed out on it, but I would have.
Call ready for taxi. Expect runway 34 left.
Happy-go-lucky. And that was back when they did a lot with American. I wish. I so wish. Yeah. And I know people who've gone through the program, and then you've got obviously like the little kids and everywhere else.
340.
Climb and maintain flight level 340, FedEx Air Chef Heavy.
But then it was like if I remember correctly, back then like $100 an hour as a captain was like the top of the, you know, food chain. Obviously, times have changed a lot in the last 23 plus years, and
American 3314 Memphis Center, Roger. Good morning.
back then we were making $6.50 an hour flipping burgers at McDonald's. Now we're making $16.50. You see where it's going. By the time I got everything sorted where I was in a place to make the decision to still do it, I didn't have the funds. This is a hypothetical. If I won the lottery today and I knew that there was actually a chance to go through school and hit the airline, I'd sign up today and start classes the first time they're available. Because back, the other thing to think about was this, is back then, like, people who were diabetic, you weren't allowed to fly. You weren't allowed to fly if you took Tylenol. And it's just like, when I went to get my CDL, when I became a truck driver, I did one of those paid training courses. one of the first diabetic pilots in my jump seats not too long ago. So, but see, I'm not insulin based, so I've read where I could still go fly even on medication now because it's not like it's nothing to stress about. I would obviously have to save up to have living expenses while at training and whatnot. But it would just be one of those. My childhood job was never to sit at a computer. My dream job was to be an airline pilot. Anyone remember at some gas stations you can get a patty to put through the cooker thing to make a burger for 96 cents? Yes. I also remember having a come and go. Spelled KUM. And when there was no shortage on pilots that did my PPL, then wanted to go further. Gotta know people wearing glasses were not accepting. I don't know how it is over there, but that I know I've seen pilots with glasses here. Yeah. I realistically, I would just be like, this is a donut goal. Once we hit this donut goal, the stream's over. I'm going to flight school. I'll pull a whip and start streaming on my off days. But, I think it was Katie Pilot I was talking to, because somebody had asked there, hey, do you stream on days you fly? And she was just like, no, I don't. I know that there's other people who fly for a living that will stream on the day they fly, but...
Memphis Thunder, Cessna 576 Romeo. We'd like to close the airport line at this time.
That just happened. Can I screenshot that?
Cessna 67 Romeo, roger. Cancellation is received. Have a good day, thank you.
But...
Thank you for the ATC, good day.
She was just like, no, I don't. And I was like, yeah, I don't understand how WIP does it, because WIP will go fly 16 hours across the country. Deadhead. Booty call? Or jump seat an hour home and then jump right on stream. And I'm just like...
Delta 665 is about to exit my airspace. Fort Worth is offline. You can change the intercom. Have a nice flight. Over. I will see you next time, Delta 665.
And she was like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I've literally seen him jump from Charlotte to Phoenix while talking to him while he's like getting ready for the flight in Charlotte. Tracking his flight on FlightAware while I streamed and followed him with live traffic. And then literally been like, I'll see you in like an hour and a half, and flew with him on VATSIM the very same day. And she's like, do you know it was him? I was like, yeah, because I listened to him on live ATC the entire flight. Like, WIP has a very distinct voice. You know it when you hear it. And then somebody had asked if I had ever followed you on any other legs, and I'm like, yeah, I've flown in and out of El Paso with him. I've co-streamed with WIP in a way that most people on Twitch haven't. I've literally followed him from Phoenix to Salt Lake City and back while both of us had a passenger, and they were like, huh? And I was like, yeah, Aviator Chris was in the plane with me in the back in his motion rig. So he felt the entirety of what I was flying, albeit it was a bumpy landing, but it was still. Hi, beautiful. Annalie just says, can I whip you, daddy? Oh. But yeah. Did you see that video? If my FO doesn't time out because he is flying to LA, I'll probably do the radios. Then we'll just have to listen for you. What time's your LA flight supposed to depart? .69 knot tailwind. Did you see the wind wing video yesterday? Yeah, 69. What combat sim stuff? I'm unsure what they're releasing from the video. That was the same thing I said to Chris last night. I wonder if it's going to be the whole thing or just modular piece by piece by piece.
Chinese to 008, roger, runway 34 left. Taxi via Alpha 5, Alpha 4.
I would have to set a serious dono goal or stream full time on kick only to be able to pull off any of the wing stuff anytime soon.
Memphis Center, FedEx 3072 Heavy. We're going to have to disconnect. We appreciate your ATC, and thank you for that.
FedEx 3072, no problem. Thanks for flying Memphis. We'll catch you next time.
Next time, FedEx 3072. We'll see you.
American 3314, you leave airspace. Kansas City is offline. You can change to Unicom. Y'all have a good day.
Alright, he's on for 3314.
Pro Flight 455, you leave airspace. Indianapolis is offline. You can change to Unicom and have a good flight.
We'll go over to the dark side of Unicorn. Thank you for your service as always, sir, and you have a wonderful day. Pro Flight 455.
See ya.
This opinion is of my own and not of my employer.
Okay, so we know what it is now. Ewald, answer to your question? No, it's this piece. The throttle and then the lower part. What can we go to? Well, so euros for Ewald is 126.51 for the throttle, 106.74 for bottom. Geez, they switched planes. Almost missed the flight. Oh no. Are you on board? 122.42 for the bottom, 145.10 for the top. So we know Chris's wallet is going to be minus 267.52. Whip, are you getting this? Well, yeah, and people are going to buy it on the thing is this, people in the US are going to buy this. When is this available? 11 hours, 4 minutes. But people are going to buy this from the US on the global site just and bite the tariffs. I know it for a fact. So you're looking by the time it's done, close to 300. Just because they don't want to wait for the US shipment, and I don't blame them. I have a feeling if I ever landed with this, oh, 267.52. I sat here and did the fucking math, and the number was sitting right fucking there. Ah, nice. So yeah, 267.52 for the combo. I'm telling you, I love my Bravo, and I'm very thankful Chris sent it to me and gave me a fucking hell of a deal on it. Okay. If I had a $2,000 dono goal that filled, half that would go to the down payment for my oral surgery. The other half would go to ordering this. This. Maybe this McDo, and this the left side of the EFIS, because I already have the miner's stick right here. And I would basically turn into an Airbus only stream. So I would buy like the tallest 320, the 339, probably their 340. Where? No, it's a combat fighter stick. That's actually what they call a shuttle stick. So that's a it's either a Viper or Hornet stick, which I would heavily consider picking one up just because of the fact that it would beat my T16000M stick. That's what we'd call a shuttle stick, or a stick for Elite Dangerous. And then, so it is a Viper. That's a shuttle stick, so you'd use for like shuttle simulators just by the grip, or like Elite Dangerous and stuff. And then there's the Airbus Ursa Minor stick, which is, well, that. And I have the cover plate, which is magnetic. I just don't, I use the hat switch a lot. They come in both. And then there's the desk mounts. No, it'd probably throw you out of it. Get fucked. We talk about Wind Wing and all of a sudden Redbox shows up. Good morning. 11 hours, you ordering it all? Oh yeah. Yeah. 267.52, but that's on the US market. I don't know what the global price is. Well, break it, why don't we? Global shipping. $242.98 plus the tariffs on it. So what, 3? But this is what I said. The people in the U.S. who are like diehard flight sim nerds are going to bite the tariffs just to get it faster off the global side. What would I need to finish my Airbus setup from them? Hold on, calculator. So 242.98. $133.85. $175. I didn't see, but they do have a mount that's for sale. Just the EFIS, a McDo, and that throttle combo, 600. Good morning, Nell. Boom, boom, boom. I have the FCU and the Ursa Minor. How much you want to bet that gets sold out within hours? Right. Well, I would for the overhead push to start, but like flying, I would be completely hands off. There's that. I think they went just the right amount of change to avoid any kind of issues. Oh, there's that. We've actually been doing pretty good on this flight. It'll be interesting. I think they sell out. Did you order off the global site last pre-order? Oh, I don't think there's a doubt on whether or not it will. It just they need to start doing a lottery. 81 knot tailwind. But yeah, between that and the models to fly in X-Plane, as well as, well, there's really nothing other than the Phoenix to fly Airbus wise. Okay, the 350. It would be a pretty penny.
Gentlemen, as you can see, we are descending. Seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return to seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the dangerous flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and unpleasant journey. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
You're already up in the air whip? Nice. Chris says, I've been living on that site all morning, already hit up their support about the combo pack and how that works. Pro tip, combos still need all parts in stock before shipping, so if flaps and spoilers aren't in stock, nothing ships. For this, probably doesn't matter, but for this, the EFIS and the stuff that Z ordered will never get that. So yeah, if you're ordering both, remember You buy the combo pack, both have to be there before it ships. Whip's gonna get to JFK and be like, can I order this en route? Yeah, bathroom break. Just whatever you're doing, you need a break in 11 hours. Shit, or fly there and pick up 2 non-stop flights come December. There you go. If WinWing had an in-person store, how many people would fly to it? Yeah, there's that. No. No. I don't blame him for trying. Good attempt. Didn't work out in your favor. Anybody see that MustPlus came out with the sim update today? Or a world update? Tell them to pay you for stripper-like activities. Well, funny thing is, there's a standing rule for that. Due to inflation, the price jumped though. Not really. What's everybody think that MustPlus went to PlayStation 5? Still kind of pissed off. MustPlus went to PlayStation before we got another good trailer for GTA 6. I mean, they basically just concluded that it's the end of the console wars. If you think about it. Who knows? Probably. Although I wouldn't be shocked. Does GTA 6 last as long for as 5 did for all the roleplay, etc.? It will be built for GTA 6. I heard they bought 5M for it, didn't they? I don't know if they bought it or if it's a partnership, but I know that 5M will be... I know that they took on... $5M. I just don't know if it was a direct partnership or if they bought them going in. But I know NoPixel is partnering, I think, with them directly for 6. And the thing is this, like, when you look at roleplay for GTA, that is still so popular and mainstream that even on Kick, where Buddha went, so those of you who don't know, Buddha was one of my favorite GTA RP streamers. He was on Twitch. He went to Kick. He's still getting 6,000 views over on Kick. A lot of GTA RP streamers went to Kick. No. Buddha was streaming on it yesterday, the day before, and still had 6,000 plus viewers on the low end. Yeah, most of them went over to Kick. There was a fallout, yes. There was people who left, yes. But as far as like NoPixel itself, no, it's still... I think those who left had a valid reason for why they left. There's a couple that I would say their egos needed to be put in check respectfully, because they weren't thinking of the bigger picture. They were thinking about themselves. And you're always going to get that when you get into roleplay communities. I got accepted for NoPixel a long time ago. You should have done it. A lot of the NoPixel streamers that I know started small and then boom because they're NoPixel. But like there was a time on Twitch where if you wanted to be partnered with a revenue stream, NoPixel was the place to go. If you weren't going to do it anywhere else, like Fortnite, COD, Battlefield, GTA RP was your option. That was it. But most of them went to, or at least most of the top guys went over to Kick. Currently moving aircraft for the VSO to... Nice. I'm not sure where MYAM is, but... Guam? But yeah. That's why I had almost considered switching over full time, but there's people on Twitch that won't go over, and me following a checklist is scary. No, I currently off of my my feed, I currently go from the Twitch to Kick and YouTube. I used to go Kick, Twitch, TikTok. And obviously Kick has a major there's some people who don't want to go to Kick because they don't want to support on Kick because they're unfamiliar with Stripe. And this is something like Mr. Webb and I had talked about. I understand where that comes from. That being said, and being completely transparent, I've used Stripe for other services, so I was comfortable with it. I understand though where Mr. Webb is coming from, and I fully support why he feels the way he does. I haven't watched it and don't care to. But it's through Stripe, but there are huge bonuses to it, especially from the creator side. And the majority of people don't get slammed with ads. That's why I've always said, like, if you watch my content, you enjoy my content, you want to support the stream, and financially it's a pain in the dick, because I get it. I get where the world economy is, right? Are we still here? Are we here? Roll call. Can I get some ones in chat if you can hear me? Can someone type refresh? Cleveland traffic, per flight 455 on a right downwind, runway 24 left, full stop. And
500.
Can someone type in Twitch chat that it's probably gonna have to be restarted on kick? Well, if you can see me on Twitch, it's fine. If you can't, the kick page seems to be fine as well.
Thousand feet, stabilized, Mr. Perch, altitude set. Thank you for the follow.
400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40, 30, 20, 10.
seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign is turned off. And keep the aisle clear of all carry-on items. Take a moment to check your seat back pocket for any personal items, like tablets and cell phones. When you open the overhead compartment, be careful, as items may have moved in flight. And thank you for choosing American Airlines.
Well, that was shitty timing, Twitch. I don't know. Nowhere else dropped. I don't know. I honestly don't know. No feedback, so I couldn't tell you. I know we were at 27. Is everybody back? Where do we go? Kennedy or Providence? Mm-hmm. Let's go to Providence. Randomized says Kennedy. Okay, fuck it. Let's go to Kennedy. What are you up to, Ewald? The landing rate was 110.
Ground flight deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
Guys, the Leo's on board.
Anybody want to go to Cleveland to Kennedy? Okay. Nothing really, just getting ready for the next leg.
Ground to flight deck, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Boarding doors are closed. Flight attendants prepare doors.
I'm doing great. How about you? Football club? For everybody else to be ready. It's okay. What's up, Den? Yeah, it's not a scary time to join VETSM. You just have to be patient. Not a bad thing to do. We'll push here shortly. Has anybody flown the Jurassic Park stuff in Musfus? Have you? Yeah, no. All right, let's go to work.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Right.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
No.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake. Starting pushback, and you may start engines. Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
No, that was cool.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
You want to go first?
Go for it. I'll follow you.
Okay, thanks. Cleveland traffic, Pro Flight 455, taxi runway 24 left, Juliet 6, Lima 7. Left, set, trim, set. Taxi lights coming on. Doesn't look like we have any traffic. Ooh, look, big boy's coming out. Wonder where he's going. Lights are continuous. Strobes are on, landing lights come on. FU comes up, packs are on. Clear on the right, clear on the left. Cleveland traffic, Pro Flight 455 taking off, runway 24 left. Cleveland. Let's go to work.
knots. D1, rotate. Positive rate.
Here's coming up.
$400. 1,000.
Autopilot, don't do your stupid shit today. We're not in the mood for it. for flight 455, 3,200, climbing all the way at 350, final call, Cleveland.
Cleveland traffic, Delta 88, crossing runway 24 left for 24 right on Sierra.
Had my doctor's appointment yesterday. Made a lot of changes, eating right, sleeping right, working out. Doc said I had good low blood pressure and my heart and lungs sounded and feel strong, so I said I don't have anything to scold you for. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Felt great to hear that. Right? I would have loved the view without the clouds, but you know. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Climb out through 10,000. And then we'll switch back to Unicorn. Yeah, you're going to have a fit, but it's worth it. One day I'll stop vaping.
Cleveland traffic, Delta 88, taking off runway 24 right. Cleveland.
$10,000, lights come off. Yeah. 18,000 standard. You're good. I mean, if it works, right? I'm a firm believer. If I can do it, anybody can. I mean, like I said, if you set your mind to it, you can do it. I'm literally running little to nothing. XP12, the Zibo mod, I have the level up installed. It's just not updated to work with the weather radar, and I've been playing in horrible weather. And that's pretty much it. If Aviator Chris is here, he can tell you a lot more, or anybody else that goes into XP12. Annalie, are you lurking by chance? Or does anybody remember what AMD card she has? Nil, if you're here. Yeah, that doesn't help me. I need the number.
To go.
Hi, John. Love your face. No, you. I don't think you can hear me. I love your face. Glass half full, glass half empty. I like the half full.
initial cruise altitude expected. Fairly smooth ride today. We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about at all times in case of an unexpected bumpy air. We do thank you for flying with us on American.
No. I was looking at something going into Kennedy. I was looking at the weather. That storm cell just went over. Yeah. We learned from yesterday's stream when I landed there at Jackson that deviating is a good thing. But we're speeding up now. Yeah, that weather's gonna be spicy. if they stay offline, that's probably where we'll go. Then just go direct symbol from Lindy. Right, but remember the were you here for the conversation that I had a couple of days ago about a ground with an ATIS and runways in use? Okay, so pop quiz. Only ground is on, like this scenario, right? Only ground. But they have an ATIS up. And the ATIS tells you hang on, let me actually pull up the Kennedy chart. The ATIS tells you landing at a parting runway 31 left. But you, the pilot on the ground, or the pilot landing, say, nah, I'm going 22 left. What's the runway in use? There's an ATIS that tells you 31 left. Pilot says landing 22 left, taking off 22 left. Calls ground and says taxiing runway 22 left. Request taxi to 22 left. What's the active runway? If I've confused you, ask. Okay, now there's also another reason that's very specific to the way I phrased the question. There's only a ground on with an ATIS. Is that ATIS rule of law? So let me put it in a way that you have aviation knowledge, right? Like basic aviation knowledge, different types of things. Because the way I'm gonna form the answer is gonna be based off what you know. And we've got a fucking storm, boys. Okay, so on VATSIM, you're obviously familiar with VATSIM. We're flying on VATSIM. On VATSIM, ground doesn't own the runways. In real life, ground controllers don't own the runways. That's the tower cab controller, tower, and above. VATSIM works in a top-down environment. In this scenario that we're using right now, ground is only the one that's online. There's nobody else. So his ATIS is effectively an ATIS, but it is not rule of law because there's no tower on to provide that fact. If the tower comes online, he determines what the active runway is. He can also deny you to use any other runway. He could simply say, I want you to land 3-1 left. You could say 2-2 left, or we're going to have to divert. He could give you the option to, okay, well, you're going to have to hold with approach, or you're going to have to hold outside of the airspace and let me sequence you in. There's different ways I could do, but ultimately he could tell you, no, it's 3-1 left or nothing. Most won't, but he can. That's the difference in what I'm getting at here. But in this case, it doesn't matter what the ground controller says in the ATIS, because that ATIS is effectively an AWOS, which means it's just informational purposes, nothing else. The runways are merely a suggestion, not something enforceable. Okay? Whether it be for performance, whether it be for anything else. Now, the asshole thing that a ground controller can do, and yes, I have done this, and yes, it's an asshole move, it's perpetually a dick flex, to be blunt, is, let's say the ATIS tells you we're taking off runway 13 left, and you tell me you want to take off 31 right because of weather. I could taxi you all the way around this airport in so many different ways. And make you taxi to 13 left and have you back taxi down the entire fucking runway to take off from 31 right. That's honestly a move that you can do, and I've done it at LAX before. Because somebody wanted to be like a perpetual dick. We were taking off in a configuration that didn't fully support flipping the airport the other way, and they were adamant about taking off on what is it, 6 left? No, 7 right. And I was like, all right, so I taxied them all. I made them taxi all the way to the other end and then get on Unicom and back taxi down. And there was a supervisor who was literally sitting over me talking to me. He's like, I see what you're doing there. And I'm like, I told him this is the active runway. What I also can see on the radar is that he's got 5 other people that are on finals that are 10-mile finals or less, staggered down the pipeline, coming in from Vegas, that are going to land on the 2-4s. He's adamant about going 7. And he's like, well, also, I as the pilot have the right to report that action if I have limited fuel and constraints that will impact the flight's fuel constraints. What should I do? Well, you made a pilot error. You can report that, but that's going to come back to, did you plan your fuel accordingly? Because that's a pilot issue, not a controller issue. Rule of thumb when flying on VATSIM at any point in time is you need to have VATSIM tax added into your fuel contingency. That stalls, uncalled for holds, delayed in startups, extended waits while holding short, the whole 9 yards. There's a VATSIM tax that I will always tell people. If you haven't counted your VATSIM tax when you're filing, that's your reserves, your taxi fuel, your taxi in, your taxi out, your taxi in fuel, your in-flight fuel, trip fuel, and then your VATSIM tax, as well as your alternate if you have one. Like I have one today because we're flying into a shitstorm. As you can see, it's about to get gnarly. Those are all things that you have to take into consideration. Now, most average controllers were not going to... No, I planned according to the trip plus 60 minutes. But again, if you run into a fuel issue, it doesn't... Okay, can I be blunt? Like, are you going to get offended if I'm blunt with this? Okay, so to be blunt, any kind of a fill issue at all will automatically come down to pilot error. It's a you problem, not a controller problem. It will never be used as a controller issue. Even if they taxi you and tell you that you have to back taxi because of the runway, it's still a you issue, not a controller issue. So you could report it, yes. 99.9% of the times that report's going to go in the trash. It's going to be filed in folder 99 right next to the side of the desk, and it's not going to do anything. No, I'm flying in the US. And if there was a way around this, I would have done it, but there's not. No, but it's a good example. Well, I'm getting ready to start the descent, so... But you see where I'm going at with this, right? Ground doesn't own the runway. If tower comes online, they own the runway. Approach, departure, center, they own the runway because of the top-down environment. Now, a lot of ground controllers get a little bit of a issue. But again, that doesn't give you the right to really argue about it. It's 100% a lose-lose scenario for the controller. Ground also has never done that to me, so I can thank all the controllers that let me just get what I want when I need, but they're mostly doing my CDA splits. Right. And most of the controllers won't. Most will try to accommodate, but you're going to have the pilot that comes in and says, but real world is doing this. Right, but most centers, like especially in the US on VATSIM, they have to go by SOPs. There's a minimum or a maximum wind configuration that has to be, or coefficient that has to be there and present consistently to flip a runway. As a tower controller, oh, the wind changed 10 degrees and by 2 knots. Is that enough to change it? No. A 4-knot headwind when our calm wind runway is southeast and now you're wanting me to go northwest, No, because it still meets within the threshold. For traffic flows and consistency, we're going to stay in this. Are you going to have people who say, oh, I can't land with a headwind? Well, okay, why not? My immersion. Well, your immersion's broken because that plane can land with an 11 knot headwind, tailwind. So what's your point? I can't take off with the tailwind. Why not? Well, because it breaks my immersion. Then you're not being immersive because it happens all the time. LAX is an example where like the wind has got to be consistent before it changes. Denver is another airport that's famous for it. It used to be calm winds at Denver were anything 11 knots or less. That's calm. So when you would take off, it didn't matter what the direction was. It was runway 17 right, clear for takeoff, wind calm. Arch, have you flown Just Flight's RJ and MustBus 24? I have not. I don't own the aircraft. Yeah, and a lot of people will use the argument over, I'm running out of fuel, can I declare an emergency? And this is where the other thing comes into play. So pop quiz for chat. Can you do an emergency on Unicom? Yes or no? Don't give anything else, just yes or no. Can you do an emergency on Unicom? Okay. Well, I'm honored. Okay. Is the air traffic controller required to handle your emergency? If I'm on at approach, am I required by anything there to handle your emergency? Does a controller reserve the right to terminate your emergency? Yes, for my immersion. No, I'm kidding. No. These are all things that I have had happen. Okay. With somebody who's a far bigger content creator in flight sim than I am, who at first was kind of it didn't go well. But later on in his stream, he actually said why, and it made sense. I still had his community come after me and sit in my chat for like the next 3 weeks afterwards, telling me how shitty of a controller I was. But there was a pilot on YouTube who was flying in with an emergency due to a hydraulic issue into LAX. Ben went offline and he therefore went to Unicom before he went to my frequency. At that point, his emergency was effectively over. Disconnect from the network. It doesn't matter. You went to Unicom. He calls in, says he's landing 24 right. I say you're clear to land 24 left. He says I'm on 24 right. I'm the tower controller. Who's right and who's wrong? Doesn't matter the emergency. You're cleared to land on a runway. I negotiated with him to get 24 right. Told him that he would have to roll down past Lima and then exit the runway. I'm not stopping the runway for an emergency. I don't care. I don't care if anybody else is there. I don't care if there's 5 people lined up for 2-4 right. Actually, it was 2-5 right. Because it was South Complex. But I don't care. You're not stopping on the runway. So I told him to roll out past Lima and then exit, and then we can facilitate his emergency from there. On stream, he said, well, that wouldn't happen. We would stop on the runway and get inspected. This is where real life is different from VATSIM. The controller tells you to exit the runway, you exit the runway. If you can't, it is not open for debate. It's disconnect from the network. Did I reserve the right to tell him I'm unable, your emergency is unable to disconnect? Yes. Is there a room for argument for it? No. The moment I tell you I need you to do something, it's not a question of do I feel like doing it? It's yes, sir. That's not a dick flex. That's just the way the environment is. If you cannot comply, you disconnect. If Aviator Chris is flying into Springfield and I'm working Springfield approach and he tells me he's got an engine out, fine, I'll facilitate it as long as I can. The moment he becomes a problem to the other people on the network, whether they're there or not, that flight gets terminated. Chris is God. God's not unstoppable. This is not easy. I swear to God, I'm drunk. So, does anything I've been saying make any sense to you guys? Returning to the runway is very rarely returning to the airport is very rarely gonna get you a problem. It's sequencing you in that becomes the problem. But again, nothing tells you I have to. What are your other questions? Well, and that's the thing. So in this particular situation, would he have stopped on the runway IRL? Yes. On VATSIM, that runway can get busy. Even when you think that the airport is dead, nothing is going to predict the future. I can't predict if I'm working LAX Tower back in the day. I don't control in ZLA anymore. So let's use Springfield, for example, right? Because that's where I've been controlling lately when I do controlling streams. Springfield could be dead all day. The entire ProFlight group could decide that they're going to log in one day, and 9 people could decide they're going to go fly American Airlines regional or Endeavor flights to Chicago, Denver, Charlotte, Atlanta, Vegas, Clearwater, and Dallas and Houston all at the same time. Nothing can predict that. Blocking a runway for any period of time on VATSIM, bad idea. Because just when you think it's a great idea, it's going to bite you in the ass. That's being blunt. Now, the reason I have been a ProFlight guy since day one is for a couple of factors. Number one, I've known Hawks and Corgi for a long time. We may not have been on speaking terms, but I knew who they were because of when I controlled in Denver. Also, there's not a guy in ProFlight that I can think of, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, who can listen to the radio when flying on the network and hear something's going on and be the first one to say, hey, I'm willing to go into a hold right now. What do you need me to do for you to make your life easier? There's a lot of pilots on VATSIM, and this is one of my biggest fucking pet peeves, that are, well, if it doesn't affect me, I don't care. Okay, drunk plane, can we stop bouncing me around so I can set my altimeter? That'd be great. That emote has never been more accurate than right now. We're gonna skip LaGuardia. Just to get the hell out of this weather. Well, I'm not going on a super rant, Jay. It's more of a VATSIM. One thing I wish people on VATSIM would practice: a hold, flying without the autopilot, and how to do a go around. Seems simple, right? As a controller, the worst thing that I hate is I can't fly my plane because my autopilot don't work. Well, no, you can't fly your plane, period. I'm sorry, sir. Do you know what my goal is right now as a controller? To get rated for Kansas City Center, log in, put everybody in a hold for an hour, and then log off. Well, delayed for a bit. You flying to New York? Yes, sir. This is the lovely weather that it is. How long are you delayed? To touch on our earlier conversation before Twitch did the whole we're gonna make the stream appear offline trick that it did. If you want more information on Kick, hit up my DMs and I'll talk to you about it. 12:22, 2 hours from now. I'm guessing you guys got delayed because of the storms. But yeah, that, as I was saying earlier, that's where I go watch all of the GTA no pixel streamers. Back to their clan. Love your face, Chris. Thank you, sir. Notice that Chris didn't jump in and tell us when we were flying into New York that the weather was shit outside his window. God is an evil God. I believe you, but I'm just saying, kind of evil. This is apparently your weather IRL right now. Or at least at Kennedy. And what we just came through is what's on its way to you. This is why Captain Whip is delayed from leaving LAX right now. Captain Whip is going to do LAX to Kennedy in a... What's your equipment today, Whip? A 321? Messing up my overnight. I was staying Central Park. Oh no. Nice. I've met Whip in person. Great guy. Owner of my liver. That's not a joke. Now ask the more important question. Why is Whip the owner of my liver? $72 coach, 20 lie flat. Not bad. No, that's not at all. We were in Vegas and I had drinks with Captain Whip. Every time my glass got half empty, It miraculously got another one put in the other hand. Well, the SOB was drinking double shots of fucking tequila like a goddamn mob boss. Yeah. There was basically a sign around my neck that said, "I am Captain Whip's bitch." And then a video that is now on my Discord that will live forever happened where I made BW howl like a wolf.
Into traffic at China 981 heavy, runway 22 left, evicted.
Kennedy traffic, full flight 455, 10,600 feet, descending via the ILS for runway 22. Kennedy. Damn. What's up, Zach? That's not bad.
New York CTAF, FedEx 414, currently at 210 knots, 8,500 feet descending. Kennedy traffic, Delta 88, got the FedEx 414 and on TCAS, and we're gonna sequence it behind you. Sounds good. I'm currently going 210 knots, so I can see you on my TCAS as well, passing behind me.
Pro flight 455 is on the base for 22 left.
United 69 Heavy is on base, 22 left, 3,000 feet.
That United, are you getting ready to turn on to the localizer now?
United 69 Heavy, checking for localizer, 22 left, JFK.
What's your airspeed, sir?
210.
Thank you. Listen, I want to fly in one of those seats. Never gonna happen. Pro flight 455 reducing the final.
JFK United 69 Heavy has a localizer, 22 left, 5 mile final. 10 mile final.
We're 6 in trail, Pro flight 455. They're spacing.
Delta 88, FedEx 414, reducing speed 200 to 200 knots to provide extra spacing.
Roger, we'll slow down even more for Delta 88.
Do 200 and you'll be fine.
JFK United 69 Heavy, ILS 22 left on the glide.
And JFK traffic, FedEx 414 is currently on the base for runway 22 left for final approach. And Delta 88, FedEx 414, I'm going to reduce speed again, 180 knots.
We'll match that for Delta 88.
United, this is Pro Flight. We'll give you, that's where we can give you until about a 5 mile final, sir. Then I'm going to be forced to slow down.
JFK United 69 Heavy, 5 mile final, 22 left.
Nice.
Delta 88, FedEx 414, going to reduce again, 160.
Roger. Delta 88, let's go final for Kennedy.
Pro flight 455, reduced to 140.
New York traffic, FedEx 414 is currently established on the localizer, reducing final approach speed.
Pulling out.
The whip auto land?
JFK United 69 heavy clear of 22 left.
Thousand feet, stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
Well, let's see how bad of a horrible pilot I am, shall we?
Traffic, FedEx 414 is on final, or is on a 7-mile final, runway 22 left, currently 135 knots, 2,000 feet.
Flight 455 is cleared at Juliet.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign is turned off. And keep the aisle clear of all carry-on items. Take a moment to check your seat back pocket for any personal items, like tablets and cell phones. When you open the overhead compartment, be careful, as items may have moved in flight. And thank you for choosing American Airlines.
Kennedy Ground, very good afternoon. Pro Flight 455 just cleared runway 22 left at Juliet, going to General Aviation.
Profile 455, Kennedy Ground, good afternoon. You can exit the GA parking via taxiway Juliet, Alpha, come back, cross runway 22 right at Juliet.
Juliet Alpha, key back, cross 22 right at Juliet, Pro Flight 455.
Profile 455, GA parking via Juliet, Alpha, come back, cross runway 22 right at Juliet.
Yeah, sorry about that. We had the wrong push-to-talk key set. Juliet Alpha, key back, cross 22 right at Juliet. Leave our strobe light on until we cross. .361 landing. I'm going to take that as a win because of the weather. So what could I, as a pilot, have done different on that approach?
Jeff Gray Ground, FedEx 414, looking for a taxi to the FedEx ramp, please.
FedEx 414, Candy Ground, good afternoon. You can taxi to the FedEx ramp via taxiway Hotel Alpha Sierra and cross runway 22 right on Hotel.
Hotel Alpha Sierra, FedEx 414, and cross runway 22 right at Hotel.
Delta 245, cancel taxi clearance. I'm still trying to work a problem.
Delta 2245, roger, hold position. Roger.
I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect, see if I can fix the problem. I'll be right back. Okay, ground, Delta 88's vacated 22 left on Hotel. Looking for a taxi to the gate.
Delta 88, Candy Ground, taxi to Delta Gates via taxiway Hotel, cross runway 22 right.
Hotel, cross 22 right to the gates for Delta 88.
We get to go to the land of the lost. I wish Microsoft had this kind of ground textures during storms.
Check, take ground, FedEx 414. The FedEx ramps are just off the
Take it easy,
Charlie
Father.
taxiway, so I'm looking to cross 13 left somewhere.
FedEx 414 Heavy, I definitely gave you the UPS ramps, didn't I? You can turn right at a Whiskey and taxi via Whiskey or Charlie.
Roger, taxi via Whiskey and Charlie for FedEx 414.
And cross runway 31 right at Whiskey.
Roger, 31 left at Whiskey for 414.
Check ground, good day, lift to 410 on Juliet. Delta 410 Heavy, Candy ground, good afternoon. Taxi to the terminal via taxiway Juliet Alpha, cross runway 22 right. Richard, Alpha, cross 22 right, taxi to terminal, lift to 410 Heavy. National Aircraft Kennedy ground will be closing in approximately 5 minutes.
That's all part of communication. Like, that's the thing about VATSIM. CTAF doesn't have to be a nightmare. You just have to communicate.
1340, Kennedy ground, ramp on control, push start pilot discretion.
I didn't break anything. I'm at GA. We landed with a 361, the 0.93 G-force. The Zibo. I don't think the level up is working with the weather radar yet.
Dutch Blue 418 calling, if so, 5x5.
I could just sit here and stare at traffic coming in and out of the storm. Yeah. Boston sucked in, Baltimore sucked in, Philly. The weather would be better, but I don't have enough time to do the flight. Ewald, what's your schedule tomorrow? bonus subs start at 12 noon Central Time tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific Time, till October 1st. Tomorrow being Friday, if Ewald's schedule goes with it, we might do Factorio.
There's an aircraft at this time. Candy Ground unfortunately has to log off. Monitor the Kennedy CTAF 119.1. Have a good day. Oh, I just connected. See ya. Bye.
If his schedule's busy, then we'll fly. Trying to figure out where we're going to fly from Kennedy, though. That's going to be the fun part. I think the weather will be nicer, at least, on this side of the country. We could do Kennedy, Detroit, Chicago.
Near 1340, Jeff, get ground, ready to copy.
Or make our way to St. Louis via Indy. But since I don't really have time to do much, we'll go ahead and raid over to Spy. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out today, for working, lurking, talking in chat. Vector, thank you very much for flying with as well today. You're always welcome. So tomorrow's plan will be this. If Ewald is busy, and the other guys are busy, then we'll fly either Detroit or somewhere along the way and then end around St. Louis and then go from there. Or maybe we'll go south. We can do like Baltimore, Charlotte, Tampa. Yeah, we'll do something. If Ewald's not busy, it'll be a non-flight sim stream. It'll be Factorio. You're more than welcome to come hang out. Now the Twitch sellout part, because, you know, partner. Bonus subs of 5 or more. Get a bonus tied to them. It's like 1 to 3, something in there. It's all random. Starts at noon Central Time, 10 a.m. Pacific Time. So I love you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to follow me on Kick as well as my YouTube. Don't do anything I would. And go say hi to Spy.